welcome to the stream. Today's stream, me, Terlord, Iurii, also known as Terlord. I am going to be starting a new series, which is me playing a different game this time around. Well, for this channel, this game is not as different. This game was already played by my brother previously, but he was mostly focusing around different versions of melee characters, and from my part, I am going to be focusing on the range characters. Now, I have played this game before. I played it for quite a while. I mean, my best was that I got to, on hardcore difficulty, I got to the second DLC on the second difficulty. So, not quite far, but not really that problematic, I should say. But when it comes to what am I planning to do this time around, first of all, I am going to be playing softcore, and on softcore I am going to be playing a character which is going to be the dual wield ranged Purifier. Why, you might ask? Well, simply because I like mostly the style of gun them down, so to speak, and I am going to be agreeing with some of the parts that my brother already said about this game, which is primarily the fact that melee characters, they suffer in this game a lot. They eat tons of unnecessary damage, they are forced to basically backpedal without being able to nuke down the opponents, and technically speaking, it is what it is. Like, when comparing with how range and melee stuff is done in games such as Diablo, such as Path of Exile, in Grim Dawn, melee characters, especially those auto-attacker melee characters on weapons, weapon proc skills, and all that kind of stuff, they are not having a fun time, and they are dying quite fast. But range characters, on the other hand, well, they will going to have much more benefit, because when they can kite enemies, they can also deal damage while doing so. Where when you compare this thing to, let's say, Infiltrator, well, he cannot really... Pierce Infiltrator cannot really successfully do this kind of stuff. He needs to be in the combat, but he cannot be in the combat for too long, because he will going to die, because there is a lot of, like, incoming stuff that he has to avoid by running away. But it is what it is. Anyway, build that I want to achieve, you can access it by inputting command, which is called !build. This is a dual wield purifier. Now, personally, I'm not that good at terminology of this game, and I've played this game for a bit, a while ago, so I'm not creating like a new build or any kind of stuff. I basically taken a build that was already made by someone, and I want to see how does it perform in my hands and how do you level such a character? So without any further ado, we will going to create a new character, but before we going to do that, I'm going to tell you that while watching stream, you are going to accumulate chat points. You are going to be able to use them for various rewards. You also can get chat points as well as other benefits for following and for subscribing to this channel. Subscribing with either Twitch Prime or with Twitch subscription. Choice is all yours, not forcing anything on you. And let us begin today's stream session with creating a character. Let it be female and let it be... what name should we give it? Should we give this character... Let it be Blaze, since we will going to be doing some fire damage as well there. I'm gonna put a veteran thing here and going to create a character. Not going to put the check on the hardcore because I've played a while on hardcore. I don't want to do it like again. Now I am going to be utilizing a lot of those like items that my brother has already farmed up and leveled up, and going to use those like scrolls for reputation, because why not? I have the possibility to do so. Okay. I want to expand the minimap a bit. I want to check here. Well, common can go away. So I'm not... when it comes to, like, Grim Dawn and stuff, I already kind of know, like, what to expect from this game, at least initial kind of levels. I'm just not that super good when it comes to basically terminology and stuff. Those are the things that I will try to improve on, but for now do not expect me to like dive deep into like terminology and stuff and bombard you with unknown words and all that kind of stuff. Quite a lot of enemies are going to swarm me here, which is totally my bad, because I should have like paid attention to whom and where I am aggroing. Yes, it is possible for you to die on the initial enemies. It happened to me sometimes on hardcore. So yep, most definitely a possibility. When it comes to playing on softcore versus hardcore, here's the deal, and on softcore you are more than, let's say, welcome to basically utilize even unsafest builds, because you are not limited to, well, to the fact that if you die, you cannot go on. On softcore, you basically can allow yourself to die and move on. Die and move on. Okay, this boat not going to utilize it, at least now. No need to, because enemies there are going to be a little bit tough for me. And I am willing to replace potions to 1 and 2, at least for now. I do not have like skills and stuff, so it's convenient that way. When the time will going to come for devotions and stuff, I am going to be opening up that trustworthy, like, Grim Tools link that I also have placed in the build section, where you can access it at any time you want. And I'm going to be following like step by step on how you are going to level up the devotions and stuff. My brother is more experienced when it comes to like different aspects of the game, primarily also the tutorials for newbies. So if you are interested in that kind of content, on our YouTube page there are quite some beginner-friendly videos that can help you out if you just started your journey in this interesting game, actually. So if you are willing to give it a shot, there is a link in the Twitch tab sections. And now, I am not utilizing Grim Tools right now. The reason for that being is that the new patch was released and I updated the game only today, and the Grim Tools usually needs more time to get updated than, let's say, after the game updates. Usually it takes like how much, a day or two for the Grim Tools to be updated. So on this episode we are not utilizing Grim Tools. Later on we will going to do so. For now I'm going to be dropping some points into, you know, like Fire Strike, and a little bit into those plus points, so that this bar will go further and we will going to have access to more abilities. Let's do it like this, like 1 and a 2 or 2 and a 1. It doesn't really matter. When you are going to be leveling, the skill distribution will going to vary from a person to a person. Don't get discouraged if you messed up when it comes to you put points into not the right thing. You can always just reset them, and it's not that like expensive. Not having Grim Tools is a little bit of a pain, because Grim Tools allows you to basically see a lot of things that you wouldn't see like without it. Let's say, for example, like monsters' HP will going to be always highlighted, so we will not going to miss enemies. What is also there, yes, one of the important thing, besides the fact that you can basically see like what kind of damage you are doing and what kind of damage is being dealt to you. Besides that, there is also quite good stuff, which is called the like auto pickup system, which is a great thing. In my personal opinion, it's a great thing to have and to utilize. Great stuff. As a sort of a teaser, by the way, my brother is doing an edited video about Crucible and how, as a melee character, what you should be preparing yourself for. It's going to be an interesting video that's going to come out later this week. It's going to be up on our YouTube channel, so if you are interested in knowing more about Crucible, be my guest. You will be able to get this information. You will be able to utilize it if you are playing melee character archetype, or if you are playing any other kind of archetype. Yay, I have 2 pistols now. 2 pistols means more attack speed, more like damage and stuff, but this also means less survivability. Shields typically give you like a ton of... Hold up a second. Oh, I know. I know what's the problem. Because I do not have Inquisitor passive, I cannot utilize like double pistols. That's unfortunately, but it's only temporarily. We will going to see how the 2 pistol perform later on. Now I like the archetype that shoots stuff. To me, it's interesting kind of a character. But yeah, as I was speaking about this sort of thing, how was it called? Yeah, the Crucible. It's an interest. Like I saw my brother like playing the Crucible. It's interesting, and I guess that information is going to be quite useful for the beginners, for them to have a better understanding of what to expect there. Or maybe you played like range character and you want to switch to melee. You want to see, is it different to play melee character in the Crucible? And maybe it isn't. Like, maybe you are still thinking that it's going to be the same experience. A rifle. Let's grab rifle for a bit. I see it does like more damage. Pew, pew. When I originally saw that you can like dual wield and stuff with like range weapons, that thing basically screamed to me like, you wanna play this stuff, right? Because I am liking the fact that you can basically go with like dual wielding. And why not? It's a dual wield like pistol. You are thinking to yourself, you are some kind of Van Helsing or stuff like that. Or some gunslinger, just guns blazing your enemies into oblivion. The pure might of gunpowder and various different weapon pool skills. Now I'm leveling up right now the Demolitionist, but I am going to, when the game is going to allow me to do so, I will utilize the ability to go double class. And my second class is going to be Inquisitor. Primarily for that ability to utilize 2 pistols, as well as having like attack speed on there, as well as some other stuff. Hopefully it's going to be fun. Most certainly it's not going to be as like difficult and stuff, because actually it's not like, even when I played on hardcore, I played like a character with 2 pistols. I played also a character which is called Vitality Caster, which was a shaman together with whom was it? Like the second one. Shaman and occultist, yep. Who was tanky and all. And the reason why I died on hardcore there is when I fought one of the bosses, which I'm going to be showing you later on, like not on this stream, but some other stream, well, there was this like side boss which was casting some red lighting and stuff, and I died there because simply I put myself against some sort of a obstacle that I couldn't like pass through, and got blown up because of that. But it was definitely like leveling in this game, if approached correctly and if approached with some better like understanding of the mechanics and stuff. It's not super complex. It's fun, especially like if you are playing this game for the first time. Definitely campaign is going to provide you with some amazing like experience when it comes to like leveling and stuff, when it comes to getting into the lore of the game. I'm not reading those like lore notes, I'm not reading those seeing those like cutscenes and stuff, because I've seen them many times when I was playing this game before and when I was watching my brother stream. So I am more than well aware of basically what's going on and all that kind of stuff. So don't get me wrong, it's not that I just skip it because of losing like interest, but I skip it more because I already am well aware of all that kind of stuff that happens there. So I put there 3 points into Fire Strike. Not sure if it was the right decision, but it was a decision that I made anyway. When it comes to stat points, so this is the stuff that I completely like missed out. But basically, I think when it comes to like stat points, I will just go with like little bit of spirit, or how is it called? Yeah, spirit. Little bit of spirit, little bit a bit more into cunning and much more into physique. Spirits for many characters just is being picked up for capability of being basically you put as much as you need to for jewelry, for rings and all that kind of stuff, and you don't need to go overboard. You're not a mage, so you do not need like excessive amount of jewelry, excessive amount of spirit, I mean. And if anything, if you failed on the point distribution, there is a chance for you to once again remove unnecessary points that you've put in and redistribute them as you wished, as you wish. So do not be thinking to yourself, oh man, like I messed up with points, what do I do now? You have a lot of possibilities to fix mistakes in this game. The game is not that punishing for that kind of factor. So I'm level 6. I guess I'll put like maybe this. It gives good bonuses, so yeah, sure thing. A little bit more DPS. DPS is damage per second, for those of you who are wondering. Yeah, so we see kind of backpedaling usually the stuff that you would do, for example, you are playing MMORPG for like with the ranged characters. You just backpedal, shoot them, backpedal, shoot them. Something that unfortunately some melee classes cannot really do. I'm talking about melee characters that are in-your-face archetype. And have to basically be, in order to do damage, they have to be like standing there and beating the enemy down. It's not always a possibility. I mean, it sounds cool in theory, on paper, but the circumstances are as follows. You are not always capable of doing that, and as the game goes on, you're going to see that factor being present like more and more and more. I'm judging from mostly like my brother experience with how he was like doing the Shattered Realm stuff, how he was doing the Crucible, as well as just regular dungeons and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. And I wouldn't actually say that ranged characters in this game are that like squishy in comparison to melee characters. No sir. A lot of your tankiness comes to whether or not you have like those damage absorption ability, and since I am going to be going for Inquisitor as my second class, who has the seal of Inquisitor that gives damage absorption and all that kind of good stuff, I will be also sort of tanky. Not something like excessive as Warlord and all that kind of stuff, like, but tanky. Nevertheless, I'm going to be decently tanky. And yeah, you have to pay attention to like some of the monsters here, like those rats, like those bugs that shoot some poison in you. Do not stay in... Yeah, that green stuff that flies in your way. Try to not get hit by it, and also try to not stand into pools. Pools stack up on one another, and if you are going to stand in a lot of those pools, you are going to immediately basically die or lose a ton of HP because of just a simple mistake. I am going to be trying to give like some friendly advices and all that kind of stuff, despite the fact that I'm not like really that kind of professional when it comes to like terminology and when it comes to like something in-game related, but at the same time I am willing to be as friendly when it comes to like providing newbie players with some interesting info that they might want to be looking at, utilizing it, and all that kind of stuff. Some classes have it better when it comes to like leveling up and all that related stuff to leveling. Some other classes have it tougher. tougher when it comes to like initial leveling, but easier when it comes to the end game and all the kind of shenanigans. You need to understand that not always there is a magical solution to all of your problems. And sometimes if you want to achieve something, you would have to put some effort into it. By the way, speaking of patch, new patch has added a lot of content. Some buffs, a lot of new items, a lot of gameplay changes. So technically speaking, if you are interested in what they've added in Steam, you can see all the information. It's going to provide a link to forum, their kind of official forum, where they have many more information, pretty much all the patch notes that have been there, so you would know what new was added and all that kind of stuff. Almost died there, but I'm willing to take some risks. I wouldn't normally take that many risks if I would have played like a hardcore character, but on softcore, yes, I can allow myself to sometimes tank unnecessary damage, sometimes not care as much about whether or not I have a possibility to die, and basically, yeah, you get the idea of what I'm speaking. And if not, you can always ask questions, and I will going to try to answer them as best as I can. And if anything, I will going to be able to ask my brother on whether or not he can answer those kind of questions. So if you have some questions about the game, do ask. Do not be afraid of asking. It's not like questions are questions are free, basically, so you can utilize it. I think 96. Actually, yeah, I will be able to utilize this weapon. Gives more damage. More damage, more fun, and let's bump physique a little bit, like 2 points. 2 points here, 2 points there. Wow. It does now some heavy chunks of damage. Okay, I am going to see towards what devotion stuff am I going to. So first is a bat, and after it, it's going to be a viper. Okay, bat and a viper. So bat. Where's the bat? For bat I need green, so we will going to start with green, and then we need bat. Bat and then viper after it. So yeah, I haven't crafted this build myself. I am nowhere near as experienced to allow myself to do something like that. Though you have a possibility to do so, especially if you are not like aiming towards like super high-end game, you can allow yourself to like experiment and stuff. Try to create something of your own. No one is going to restrict you from doing that. and you will definitely going to have fun time experimenting in this game, especially when you look at the amount of like combinations of classes, amount of skill points that there are. You are more than like welcome to experiment. And as I said, you will going to have a ton of fun doing that. I cannot utilize that armor, unfortunately, simply because it gives me stat points that I need in order to wear that other armor. Okay, we completed the quest. Let's get some more experience points. Yep. I will be able to enter the main area, main hub area.
You don't remember it. You'll be Did you bring back X? I have to say.
Amazing. So 4 points. 4 points, 2 points here, and I guess like 1 here and 1 here. Because why not? Because we can. Story in this game is interesting, so if you are looking for an action RPG game with a story, give it a shot. You will not get discouraged. The game will going to provide you with interesting story-wise options. Okay, Ether Pistol I don't need. Those two, maybe I will leave them. I was playing this game back where, like, back when basically back when components were need to be stacked like separately. They were not like this, but there were like those are like full component. But back in the day, you had to collect like parts of the full component to make a full component. If you get the idea that I want to convey. Okay. Mandates. Those are the mandates that I need for the reputation-wise. I cannot do it. But I can do this. And pretty much, yeah, I don't need, right now I don't need any of this stuff. So we can continue on. Here's an NPC that will allow you...
I'm afraid troubled my knowledge of spirits has...
This NPC will allow you to reset points, as well as reset your points in devotion, so if you messed up something, you go to that NPC and she will going to fix it for you. I will not utilize XP potion, I guess. I mean... Oh, that's a good weapon. That's a good weapon as well. Do I want one of those? 2, 6, 3, 8... Yeah, sure, why not? And let's go and complete the Sewerway quest.
Captain send you search. Did you get the scrap? Perfect. Well, since I put this in.
Yeah, they still do damage because mainly not having like too low level and not having like any kind of pierce resistance. But their attacks are pretty much avoidable. It's just I'm not paying that much attention to where the shots are being thrown at me. Typically, I like when I play action RPG game and RPG games in general, I like to explore like whole map area, you know? Not just rushing from point A to point B, but rather exploring. Currently I'm not having anything like AoE, so that's why I'm going to be struggling and dealing with like excessive packs of enemies. But it's temporary. Like I said, some characters are better at one thing and are worse at the other. Some are not. Okay, green stuff. Yes, sir. More green items. Green items with lots of stats. Wow. 3 shots were basically shot at the furniture. In case you are wondering, Purifier is not the only class combination that can utilize 2 pistols. There is also a Tactician, and there are also builds that will that can utilize two-handed rifles and all that kind of stuff that can shoot from a distance, which is like Primal Strike Shaman. Yeah, when they are charging, you should like move a little bit away from them so that the charge whiff and they would become easy prey. I saw that the new stuff, like, well, it's already not the new stuff, but for me it's going to be new stuff, like monster totems, are going to be a little bit of a challenge. Because they spawn some nasty, threatening enemies. Straight from the early game, when you are not really expecting to fight anything threatening. Well, except those spiders, by the way. Those spiders are quite problematic enemies, believe it or not. Oh, I can... Go towards Explosive Strike. Explosive Strike will going to give me that sweet AoE damage, right? Yeah, sure, why not? I will not have enough, like, points, however, but it doesn't really matter. As I was speaking, there are plenty of opportunities for you to basically die at the beginning of the game, so do not get discouraged. It's something that can happen, and something that sometimes is sort of unavoidable, especially against those like spiders and some other like stuff that throws poison at you. Wow, one attack just went to the moon. It seems like had a mind of its own. You know what other skill also has a mind of its own? When I was playing a cocktail demolitionist, like not the demolitionist but the purifier with a cocktail, sometimes those cocktails were flying, like you click on one thing and the cocktail will going to fly into whatever like place it wants to. So I thought it was like some like problem that I had with like mouse or something, but at the end it turns out that it had nothing to do with that, because I tried it on the different mouse and the same issue was present. It's not the end of the world, it's just some funny stuff that is strange. Strange, funny moment. Okay, so far so good. Like, we are not running into any kind of life-threatening situation. I would appreciate that I would have played with Grim tools, because I'm used to that software. It's just something that actually should be in the game by default, because it gives some mandatory like intel that you would need in order for you to have an easy time understanding like what are you being hit with, like what type of damage you are being hit with, and not play some guessing game. Well, I'm guessing that I died because he hit me with this. In reality, he might not hit you with what you think he hit you with, and he hit you with something else. So yeah, it is what it is. Plus, it also has this stuff like, let's say, for example, you're playing a dot character and you are applying your dots on an enemy that is like champion enemy or some kind of like big strong enemy, elite, and you want to know like, did I apply this thing on him? And for how long will it going to last and all that kind of stuff? The game here will not going to provide you with that kind of thing. You will need the Grim tools for that, and enable the like representation of those dots on your enemy. It's a bit strange, but it's not the end of the world, so... It's quality of life for sure, like, don't get me wrong. It's some really, like, something that you would appreciate that it be there, but it isn't there by default. Yeah, so as you can see, like, at the initial levels, it's not that hard to, like, just backpedal them and shoot them down like this, while also avoiding projectile and also doing damage. Okay, this enemy is going to be tough one HP-wise, as you can see. And not only HP-wise, but damage-wise. Yeah, so pattern is pretty simple. If he puts this thing beneath you, you run away. If he tries to, like, shoot this kind of stuff, you run away. Poison, you just dodge to a little bit to the left or right. And it's really just comes down to a little bit of a macro control. You can, of course, allow yourself to get hit a little bit. If you think that, well, I'll be safe if he's going to do that, be my guest. Like, approaches to kill an enemy are different. It takes some time, well, primarily because it's just the beginning and not as many capabilities of doing, like, massive amounts of damage against your enemy. They will going to be present, like, later on. Oh, a blue item. Yes. Yes, please. Blue item. At some point, I will be stopping to stop collecting yellow items. Not now, but at some point. Let's see at the rings. Physique. Yeah, against this one. What about this? It's bad. Level 14, cannot use this, do not need this. Holy macaroni. Now that's a damage boost for sure. Ah, good. I'm good. So, Inquisitor. Put 1 point here. 1 point in this so that I would be able to dual wield. And I guess we'll put 1 in here to get this. I guess. Devotion. So we need a bat. So we need this all the way up till here. And we put this thing onto, like, Fire Strike. When we will get there eventually. Return with the completed quest and move on. But before selling all that stuff that we do not need.
Well done.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Okay, sell. Sell this and this. Actually, I'm gonna sell, like, all of this stuff except the belt. Not enough iron. I do not have gold.
Good, you're back. One of my... You've proved. Follow the road north.
See, I already kinda, when it comes to like stats and point distribution, I already kinda differentiate from what the person who made this build says, because he says that prioritize like this stuff first, while I am going first for this, and I will be switching to that later on. So it's not like you have to follow it like 100% step by step. No one forces you, and most certainly no one is hand-holding you. If you want to do it, you do it just as the guide says. If you don't want to follow it like step by step, do it differently. Someone is going to torment you for not going for that leveling pathway 100%. Like, yay, I have more damage. I just want an AoE, like an AoE attack. And when I will going to have it, things will going to be like much easier. Because I'm going to blast everything into oblivion. Back in the day, I played a lot when it comes to like Diablo 2. When it comes to Diablo 3, I played it. Diablo 1, I played it. I played Diablo 1 on PS1. Can you imagine? Yeah, I played with those insanely long loading screens. Beat the game several times. It's now people are like, oh, but we need like no loading screens whatsoever and all that kind of stuff. Those same people never, I guess they never played in something of a PS1 era, of basically CD, games on CD era, where you had some insanely long loading times. On games like Diablo 1, on games like... I don't know what there were also. Castlevania, sure thing. But nowadays, even like something that's like 15-20 seconds is considered to be some, oh my god, it's such a long loading, when it's clearly not that bad. I'm getting cornered here, which is not that great. Not really that great. I got myself into this kind of situation myself. So if I die, I will not die. I was about to say, if I die, well, I die and I am the only one to blame. But since I didn't die, it doesn't matter. Elite. Before I kill Elite, I want to kill the small ones. Oh boy, that's slow on attack speed. He hits with Chaos, Bleeding, and he applies debuffs. Not the end of the world. I need to start finding pistols. Yeah, I need to start finding those trustworthy pistols so that I would change my rifle to dual pistols. Dual pistols means faster attack speed as well as being capable of utilizing Inquisitor abilities. Now that's bad. Like, there is a small elite and there is a big one behind it. So I have to get rid of one and then the other. Oh boy. Not paying attention to the fact that I'm almost dead. Yeah, it takes a while to kill him, honestly. He also applies that speed reduction thing. I cannot hit him, but he can. Yeah, he's dead. A ton of items. Probably should already stop collecting the yellow ones. Though, you know, maybe not, because I will need gold. Okay, this is good, but this is bad. I'm not really looking at, like, exactly what kind of stats I need, but basically something that says, like, attack speed, like resistances, maybe some pierce damage, maybe not. Oh, it's not like I'm looking at the, like, exact stats that I need. I would need fire later on. Fire damage. Got rid of this thing and this thing. Here's the monster totem. Wonder who we will fight there. Second act enemies. 3 elites. Oh boy. Not really the greatest thing. But I have a place where I can kite them. I've killed the white ones. I was thinking that they will not going to, like, they will go one after another. Yeah, it ain't that bad. I guess one of them is left. Only one. This thing is good. Okay. Nice that I got it. Though level 16 needed. Okay. I'm gonna put 1 point here and go into Inquisitor and start pumping this stuff up. Ether ground. Yikes. Exploding shells are doing that work that they need to. Holy, that's a lot of items. Physical damage. Ooh, good. Elemental damage, offensive ability, good. Fire, lightning. Yes, why not? Lightning, electrocute, elemental. Nope. Okay. Yeah, start to deal some, just a little bit, but AoE damage. Whoa, I'm almost level 12. I'm not even utilizing the experience potions, by the way. With experience potions, I would be leveling up like crazy. But I don't really want to level up like crazy. Yeah, that AoE damage is present, but it's minuscule. I need to get myself to, like, guns. 2 pistols. Really? My inventory is full? Oh, whatever. I can always go and sell stuff.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh, lightning. Don't need this. No need for those things. So get rid of them. I know I can do a gunman with a pistol and a shield, but I wanna do some John Wick character. Has 2 pistols and shoots everyone.
See you around.
Okay, sold. I forgot to sell this.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Sold bag. And as you can see, haven't died yet. But it's only the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities to die later on. Especially in some dungeons, especially in some harder areas or other difficulties. Yoink. Alrighty. I think that we clear the left side and then go to clear the right side. Yeah, we start to get this damage train going. Damage gets higher. Oh, they sure like to throw this speed reduction, attack speed reduction stuff at you. It's not super bad, but it's something you'd have to deal with. No good 2 pistols yet. Sadly. And I would definitely want to switch to dual wielding as fast as possible. It's not mandatory, I'd say. But then it kinda is. Demolitionist. One plus here, yeah, sure thing. I don't know if that stuff, the buff for that it gives applies to if I'm not using the dual wield. By the looks of it, it does. By the speed of my shots, the amount of shots I shoot like per second. It gets faster. I might be wrong, but I guess I'm not. Alrighty, so we help them, kill the bandits. Now to move on. So, general thing is that I would need all the weapon pool skills from the Inquisitor and all the weapon pool skills from the Demolitionist. And then I would be bombarding my enemies with pretty much weapon pool skills and nothing else. Occasionally throwing some defensive stuff like seal, grenades, as well as thermite mines, the stuff that will going to cut their resistances. But I need 2 pistols. As we are doing 2 pistols build, and thus far we do not have any 2 pistols. Game gives us rifles, but no pistols. Yeah, the debuff on minus attack speed is easily noticeable. It's like you are starting to shoot in a slow-mo. Yeah, but enemies are starting to get just absolutely deleted. They never stood a chance. Some more rings. I probably will going to disable yellow loot and stick to like green and blue one, and later on like legendaries. I believe level 15 is for the relic, if I'm not mistaken. It's on level 15 where you get your first relic. It will be boosting the performances of this character a little bit more. Not something like over the top, because it's too early for that. But a little bit more is already a bonus. And if you give it time, it will going to turn into a monster that can shred everything. It won't be the best when it comes to like defense. But it will be something worthy to look at. Typically the first act is the one that is the slowest when it comes to like clearing and progression stuff. But it's something you have to like man up and just get through. And because I played on hardcore before, I've seen this first act and I played through it so many times. That's one of the minus on playing the hardcore. When you play hardcore, you get to see the first act for like a bajillion amount of times. And since it's not the like the best when it comes to progression and stuff, it's ain't the best to go through like over and over again. But we are doing quite a good job progression-wise. Not dying, and already acquiring some interesting loot. Yay! Portal is cleared. By the way, if the monsters are fighting and you are not the one who landed the last hit on the monster, you are not going to receive any experience for that enemy. It's more of a generalized tip, I should say. I want to sell some stuff and I want to look for some interesting guns. Casting speed on a pistol, no thank you. Let me check fire. Fire burn. Fire burn. This one's good. This one's poop. Yeah. I'm gonna take this one. And I'm gonna check another NPC. No, not you. Oh, I haven't opened him up, have I? Yeah, he is not yet present in this encampment.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, so we'll wait till there will be like another pistol. Why did I teleport it here? I wanted to go here. I've used mandates. I've used like 3 or 4 of those mandates, and yeah, I'm playing on the same account. We kind of share the same one. I primarily wanted to do like to beat this game with a range type of character. My brother was playing the melee for the most part, and I wanted to like do a range one to do some kind of comparison stuff. Of how those characters are being played. Like, I've seen how the melee character performs, and I've played some back in the day, and I want to see how the range one performs. Whether or not he's going to be better or worse, if you get the idea. And when it comes to experience potions, yeah, I haven't been using them. I've used mandates, but I haven't been using potions. Just to not like do this like super fast leveling. To take it a little bit slowly when it comes to level-wise. It's probably not the best idea, but it is what I decided to go with. Okay, I want physical damage or pierce damage? Let's go with this. Let's see if this is going to be like better. But yeah, I am, just like my brother did, I am going to be taking on later on the like Crucible and stuff like that, as well as some dungeons, Shattered Realm maybe, also an option. The person who made this guide said that, and on videos representing the build performances, it is capable of tackling Shattered Realm 85. I don't know if I'll be able to like do the same kind of stuff, but I'll try to push it as far as I possibly can. it's fun to play the range kind of a character. Because you can shoot the enemies from afar, and it's not in every action RPG game will you grab like a pair of pistols and just blast away everything. That's what like made me being interested in range stuff to begin with. Because yeah, I've played a lot of melee characters in other games, such as Diablo, and I wanted to mix stuff up. And this helmet is not really for me, so not gonna bother with it. So I am kind of getting bored of playing the simple like melee character, so I wanted to play either a mage or something that shoots, because those two archetypes are more interesting to me. It's not just because of the performance aspect, it's more of because of a personal interest. My brother wanted to play like an assassin type of character, a melee assassin, and he kinda enjoyed the performance that the Pyrrhus Infiltrator was providing him with, up until a certain point, up until he went to Shattered Realm. And actually he discovered some like troubles that such an archetype, you know, the one that has to stand and attack enemies in up close and doesn't have a good like range, not the range, but doesn't have an ability to like kite and attack at the same time. He discovered that this sort of playstyle has its noticeable disadvantages. But I'm pretty sure that probably he in the future would like to play some Blade Master, you know, the Pierce Blade Master. The character has like more damage and stuff. Or maybe some shaman with, you know, the zeal ability. Sort of zeal ability, you know, the one that needs to be stacked up. Nah, I'm just kidding. If anything, after playing this kind of like melee Pyrrhus Infiltrator, he would like to play something completely differently, rather than something that's once again going to be in your face sort of character. I've seen that this game also has this Warlord, I believe it's Warlord, who has Barbarian Spin sort of ability. I was thinking about like giving this thing a shot, but then after like playing a ton of Whirlwind Barbarian in Diablo 2, I don't really necessarily want to repeat this playstyle. The spin to win one. It's not bad, and it performs quite good, but no. At least not right now. I still have like flashbacks of playing Diablo 3 with that build. Physical damage, internal trauma, pierce, lightning, physique, pierce resistance, bonus to bats. I'll put it. Yeah, as well as this thing, and I'm still not level 14 to be able to wear the belt. Cold damage. I'm thinking how can you compare? Like, there is a possibility for you to compare items like that you wear in a different hand, you know. Currently, it compares it to the one that I have in the offhand. How do I compare it to the other one? I remember that there was a button. I cannot find it. Shift or control. It doesn't do anything. I remember that there is, but anything is, I guess, is better than this one, so I'm going to put it there. No, I was pressing like shift, I pressed control. I remember that there is a button, but I just don't remember what button it was. Oh, those cultists. Kill the non-believer. Who was even saying that there is no one there? Oh, I guess they're fighting in a different place. Alright. Ethereals are fighting with cultists. That's why I'm gonna be losing some experience, because I won't be able to kill like every single monster. Madness. Some one-handed swords. Yeah, but if anything, I am going to be also like recommending to all of those who are going to be trying this game out, for your like more positive experience with the game, get yourself the Grim Tools mod. It's totally free, and it doesn't like there is no like excessive installation progress, and the benefits that you will get for utilizing it are, in my opinion, like enormous. You're going to be able to also pick up loot, as well as you will going to be able to see what kind of damage are you being hit with, which is important if you want to know like what kind of resistances are more mandatory to you, considering with what you are being hit with. So most definitely try to get yourself the Grim tools. You'll also be able to track buffs and debuffs duration, as well as if the buffs and debuffs actually landed on the bigger target. I got hit by a charge attack, sadly enough. Yeah, but I'm starting to get like more and more damage, more and more possibilities. What are you saying? Possibilities? More and more abilities. Offensive ability, far more damage to undead. I guess. Whoa, whoa! I didn't saw those enemies, but yeah. Pierce resistance. That's a good stuff. Let me actually grab them. I have to, let me see. Yeah, I need to go back to the town and complete the quests that I've done.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Fire. Oh, yes, yes, please. This thing.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Starting to get better, like weapons and stuff. This one I don't really need. And I think I will not going to be getting rid of some of my points when it comes to like skill points, not the devotion ones. Okay, so we continue on with turning everything into a mulch. By the way, I was thinking that actually this thing works on two-handed range weapons as well. I might be wrong, but it seemed like visually and feeling-wise, it seemed like it did like increase the attack speed on those attacks that I was on the attack speed of my two-handed weapon when I was using it. So maybe it does have something to do with not just two weapons, two pistols, but with single two-handed range weapons. Another monster totem. This is going to be a second one. Yeah, monster totems aren't a joke, especially for starting the game. It spawned like 4 elites when I was like level 10, I believe. 10 or 11. It's quite a lot. And from different acts as well. But on the plus side, those totems are giving you like a lot of experience as well as a lot of loot. Speaking of loot, I think I will be turning off the yellow loot. Because I get like too much of the yellow loot. One point here, and I guess one into spirit. Whoa, immediately being frozen on the place. Wow, those are enemies from the... like what act? Act 4? Damn, they are freezing me. I have to get rid of the small ones, so that the only threat is the bigger one. Yeah, when he's alone it ain't that bad. It's still threatening though. Oh, I get... Whoa, it's not over yet? Or didn't they all, like, spawn at the same time? Wow, look at how many green items. When I was playing back in the day, I didn't had those totems. It thus didn't had as much loot. Physique, defensive ability, movement speed, fire damage, movement speed, offensive ability, spirit. This one's better. Attack speed. I can put it instead of the one to the right, actually, because the right one isn't really for me. It has some shield and stuff that I am not using. Resistances... Nope, nope, do not want this. What about this? Physical, lightning, bleed, electrocute, poison, acid, bleeding. It's better. I think it's better. Vitality damage. Nope. I do not need vitality damage. Okay. I'm getting like more and more into this. I'm getting more attack speed, more damage, better loot, better gear. And I already have some pretty good attack speed as well as damage potential. Plus now I will be healing from my auto attacks because of the item that I get. Another cool thing about Grim Tools is that you can see enemies' HP highlighted even from the distance, even if you are not attacking them, which in my opinion is a little bit better because you actually get to see how many enemies are there and get to see them more clearly. And even without XP potions, some of the enemies are already below my level threshold. Like they are 1, 2 levels or even 3 levels below me. Should I be utilizing experience potion, I would be like 5, 6, maybe 7 levels above them already. Okay, here we will going to complete the quest with the hidden stash. Sometimes here you can find an elite monster guarding it. Not always though, only sometimes. Like now there is no one guarding it. Lightning Eater, offensive, nope, I don't want this. I want stuff fire related. But then again, I will grab pretty much anything that's going to be better. Well, not anything, but something that's going to be bad. Like if it's going to be seriously like improving stat and damage, I will grab it. Even if it will not going to have my profile damage. At least at the point where I am like leveling my character, and later, sure, I will going to be aiming for primarily profile related items. But while leveling, I guess I have an option to go for a mix of things. Okay, I saved that second merchant that I was speaking about. I still need a blacksmith who is going to be able to craft me some relics. Easy as it is. I am going to repeat myself that with the fact that you are not obliged to clear locations thoroughly like I do right now. It's just my habit of when I play RPG, action RPG, I want to explore stuff. This approach is definitely not the fastest one when it comes to the amount of time needed to progress through certain locations and stuff, but it definitely just a personal preference. And I'm not speedrunning or anything like that, but rather just casually going through the game itself. Fire damage, fire and burn them. Whoa, that's good stuff. With +2 fire of Xanderevets. Yes. The best damaging skill in the game. Actually, that's a joke when it comes to like the best skill. Fire of Xanderevets reminded me of, if you remember Diablo 2, you had this type of enemy in the third act, shamans, who were casting like the fire at your face. Basically, it's something like that, only not that big of a range, and most definitely not that much of a damage. Oh, I leveled up. I should put some points into the skill tree. 1 second. Okay, Inquisitor. I need this. This now. Another weapon pull skill. Bursting Crown that is going to do fire damage. But it, unlike like Demolitionist's weapon pool skills that have fixed stuff on them, they do not have % chance of happening. They happen pretty much all the time. With those weapon skills, you have the % of the skill to be used. Currently, it's 10% chance to be used when firing your auto attacks. And depending on the attack speed that you have, like how much attack speed you have, you're going to have more chance to proc those things. As opposed to if you wouldn't have like high attack speed and stuff, you would not be able to proc them that oftenly. And as you can see, when he's proccing that skill, he shoots the big bullet with two pistols. He raises two of his hands and he shoots. My reputation increased thanks to those mandates. This location is cleared and I'm going into the next one. It's going to be a cave. Here I'm going to repair the bridge and still take the path that goes through the caves. And before progressing, let me open this portal. Open up the portal and pause the game a bit so that I would utilize this opportunity to say hello and welcome to everyone who has been watching me from the beginning or has tuned in recently or watched the stream from any point of time. My name is Iurii, also known as Terlord, and basically following my brother's footsteps, I have decided to play Grim Dawn, but this time around I play with... Well, not this time around, but I am going to be playing the dual Wield Purifier. The build that I'm using, I have not created it myself. I will be honest, because I do not have like significant amount of experience to create like builds and stuff, and relevant builds that would not carry only myself through the campaign, but also carry me into some depth, like late game locations and dungeons. I am using the build that is created by more experienced players, but at the same time I'm still going to like not follow the leveling process step by step. I'm going to make my own adjustments. Maybe I'm going to change something at the end game build. Maybe, well, not maybe, most certainly I'm not following the skill level up process. I am utilizing my own approach. Basically, whatever I level up depends on what I want to level up. I'm not like following any step-by-step leveling process, except for devotions. So for skills, I'm utilizing my approach. For devotions, I am going with what the guide says. Anyway, if you are interested in looking what this build is all about, chat command, which is !build, will going to give you a link to the Grim Tools page, where you can see devotions, the setup, the skills, all that kind of stuff, the stats, and many more things. So you would know the end game goal of this build for this character, and you will going to have a better understanding of what exactly am I building, and you would be able to, if you'd like this build, you would be able to utilize it yourself. It's not like someone is preventing you from doing so, and you will going to actually see that this build is going to be good for leveling purposes. You will not going to be facing with those kinds of situations where in the campaign you will be obliterated. Well, at least I think so. I'm kind of going into the future a bit, but I think that despite the fact that this build is like dual wield range style, I still think that you are capable of at least like passing through the campaign on all difficulties. No one is going to punish you if you are going to die a couple times, maybe more than a couple times. Like that's why we are playing on softcore. On hardcore, yeah, on hardcore, your punish is the fact that you have to start all the things that you've done like from scratch. You died, go back in the beginning. You died, repeat the process again. And unlike Diablo 3 and Path of Exile, no one is putting your hardcore character to the softcore after he dies. If he dies, he dies. Delete him, start again. That thing is, in my opinion, is kind of questionable decision. What if I like this character and I wanted to play him on softcore later? Then no, you cannot do that. You would have to level him on softcore as well. What also I wanted to tell? If you have questions regarding the game itself, regarding the stream, regarding like general questions, do ask. I would do my best to answer them. If you are also interested, you are going to be accumulating chat points while watching the stream, while following the channel, subscribing, and that good stuff. And you will be able to trade those chat points for some small but interesting rewards, such as following you on social medias, such as following your Twitch channel. If you are like me, a content creator, I'm more than welcome to hop in and follow your Twitch page, Twitch channel, or social media. You are also free to utilize bits, tips, cheers, as well as stickers, as well as what also? As well as subscribing to the Twitch channel. If you are willing to support this channel, support me, and help us improve the overall quality of streams, quality of life for the streams, for the viewers. Everything is done primarily for the viewers' engagement, for viewers to feel themselves better and for them to feel themselves giving them the feeling that they are welcomed here in our small but friendly and beginner friendly community. So if you are interested, you can do it. If you can also utilize support us option on Patreon for getting more benefits, more rewards, and more ways for you to be able to support us. So whatever choice you are going to make, it's up to you. From my part, I will do my best to keep you entertained, to keep you engaged in the process of leveling, in the process of gaming, as well as giving my commentary regarding the game itself, as well as stuff that is not that game particularly related, and many, many more. So feel free to do stuff that I have explained you about. as well as if you are interested in some beginner-friendly content for Grim Dawn or some Grim Dawn highlights made by my brother, feel free to hop on our YouTube page. Link to that website is presented in the Twitch tab section. And you will find there some pretty interesting and beginner-friendly content that will going to help you along the way if you are just starting to play Grim Dawn, or if you haven't started to play the game and you want to give it a shot. That's it for the intermission. Thank you for listening to it, and let us continue on with the leveling stuff. Yeah, that nasty, like, attack speed reduction definitely cuts your capabilities of fast getting rid of your enemies fast. It's not the end of the world, but it's noticeable. This stuff again. Nah, don't want it. The second helmet, that's pretty much not for my class. See, I was thinking about doing either Tactician or doing Purifier. I had two options. Both of those options I wanted to do with dual wield pistols. But with Purifier, I decided to stick with the Purifier because of the excessive amount of weapon pool skills. It's not that something is better or worse, and it's not like I'm going to be judging that part right now, because I haven't leveled up any of those kind of classes, I mean, up to level 100. Both of them are fun if you like the playstyle of shooting your enemies rather than fighting them up close. Both of them are viable, that's for sure, so do not be discouraged thinking that, well, one of those classes will not going to be able to close campaign and stuff. Alrighty, another monster totem. Whoa, I'm so slow. Lol. I should have focused the spider, you know? Kill the spider first and then focus on those other enemies. Man, And they are slowing me down. Slowing me down. Slowing me down. Even get some blueprints. Some new blueprints.
My inventory is full.
Oh man. My inventory is full. Well, let's empty the inventory then.
Come see what's left of my wares.
It would be also better if I found a green or maybe blue pistols. It would give me more and more capabilities. More and more damage. It's not going to be that long until I'm going to get a blacksmith into the town. And be able to craft something. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. We're almost there. He will be at the next location, the blacksmith. Physical vitality, chaos, internal trauma, fire lightning. Nope. I will going to use fire lightning. Okay, level 16, which means we can grab ourselves those things. Yep. And more points into this thing. I guess like two into plus and one into the skill. So that it will be balanced out and I will be able to fast forwards to those two skills. Deadly aim is good because when I will going to crit, I will going to receive a good damage boost. And I probably should have grabbed some dynamite. Maybe not. I wanna check something. I do not think that in stash there was spare dynamite. Probably not.
Got something you need stashed?
Nope. No spare dynamite. Nope. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter to me that there is no dynamite. I would appreciate more movement speed, you know, so that I would move faster. Now I have not thoroughly read the patch notes for the patch that for the current patch, but there is a ton of stuff that they've added. Something got nerfed, something got buffed. A lot of items were added. Set items, not non-set items. If you are interested in what was added, you can always check it on either the official forum or the open the Steam and there will be like a news about the patch that will going to also have a link towards their official forum and stuff. But there is like a ton of new information, ton of new stuff that they've added, so if you are interested, you can check it out. If not, well then you do not need to check it. Choice is all yours. I would advise you to check. Sometimes. Just to see maybe the stuff that you were currently like using is already like either like it was buffed or nerfed. Physical oh, that's a good stuff for level 18. And I will definitely going to put it into good use. Okay, so in this location I will going to find blacksmith.
Oh, hello, traveler.
Typically in this location there are two variants of enemies that are going to be present. It's either going to be those enemies that I'm fighting right now, or there will be different ones, the ones that with like shamans and stuff in there. Like the small people. I forgot the names of those enemies, so my bad if I don't know how they are named exactly. I have only 30% of chaos resistance. This is why those occultists and demons are going to be doing a good chunk of damage to me. Man, some enemies I can't even see. Because they kind of blend in with the environment. That's why Grim Tools is a helpful tool. You'll be able to see them, like, regardless of whether or not they will blend in with the environment, because you're going to, if anything, you're going to see their HP bars from afar, knowing that there are enemies here. About those enemies I was speaking. Blacksmith is to the right side of this location. If you're going to stick to the right, you're not going to miss it. Yeah, those spiders are doing some good damage to me. Yeah, that's because my pierce and poison resistances are very minuscule, almost non-existent. Wow. One is hiding behind the pot, and another is hiding behind this thing. There is the blacksmith.
Move along now, stranger.
And now we have a blacksmith. But I think, yeah, I think we need like level 18 for the rune. Originally I thought you need level 15, but now I think you need level 18. Those spiders and those range enemies will gonna chunk your HP, so be prepared for that. Is it me who puts the fire on the ground, or the enemies do that? I think it's something that I have that does that. Some item, I guess. I can barely see their projectiles. That's why I'm getting hit. Okay, here's another place would need dynamites, but it actually leads to a location where you shouldn't go as as you just start playing the game for the first time. Well, if you just start playing the game for the first time, this location you're not going to access it because you're not gonna have enough like dynamites and stuff. Okay. Pretty easy when it comes to like clear speed and stuff. Alright. Some more green items. Unfortunately, no, like, green pistols. I would definitely changed some of mine for some better ones. Okay, for a complete constellation I would need two devotion shrines. This and one more. Yep. And I will place this stuff. I think I'll place it on my like fire strike. Since I'm utilizing it pretty much all the time. I'm starting to also get like life leech. Currently I have 9%. Which is not that much, but it's helpful. Finally, I got rid of the elite enemy who's resurrecting those foes. More than halfway through to get level 18. Gonna grab that deadly aim once I'm going to level up. Plus 2 more points into that passive thing. I forgot how this bar is called. Like mastery points? I can call it mastery points. Like 2 points into mastery point. Points into mastery points. Wow. Maybe not like mastery points, but 2 points in mastery. still no pistols. The range attacks just, well, at least for now, they are kind of demolishing. So if anything, I should be like paying more attention towards the range enemies than the melee ones. Interesting enough, since usually when you are playing a ranged character, you are paying more attention towards what's running at you in the face rather than what's shooting you from a distance. And yeah, I think I will be also kind of emphasizing on the fact that in my experience with Grim Dawn, it's not the first range character that I have created. Previous ones I was creating them like on hardcore, and they weren't the most like fail ones when it comes to like progression. Where have I managed to how far have I managed to get playing hardcore with a range character, but most certainly they are fun to play. Fun to play, and they provide you with an interesting way of dealing with the situations, like with monsters, killing a lot of them from afar, and then those who survived, you just deal with them by kiting or by standing and beating them down. Yeah, the monster totems give you a ton of experience as well as loot. No, don't want that. Don't want that either. What about this? Spears, spears. Ring of Steel. That's for Nightblade. Physical Eater, nah. I wanted this. Temper. Actually, what is Temper? I do not have it. Oh, I do not have it yet, so actually, I don't want it anymore. I was thinking, yeah, I will want it, but then at a closer inspection, I think that I don't really want it. This character does good damage. Survivability not the greatest right now, but he definitely does a good amount of damage. This looks promising, but do I want to trade 6% lifesteal for that? Not really. Okay, so I wanted to go like this. Deadly aim. And I wanted Word of Renewal. Okay. Now I finally get something to press. Like some form of a buff.
Well, I'll be.
We met another major character that is going to be present throughout pretty much the whole game.
That skill's not ready.
I guess I'm like halfway through the first act already, so it's not that far till I reach the end of the first act. Three or four locations, and I will be there. Before I enter the city, I wanna go and clear the rest of the stuff. Not the city, but rather like village of some sort. Whoa, where is he running? I'm here. If I'm not mistaken, this path will going to also lead me into the village or a town, whatever it is. Basically to the new location. See, the World of Renewal procs quite often, which means I crit quite often already. And because I have those AoE stuff that can also crit, it's even easier. And once I will get access to more of those weapon pool skills, I will be having much easier time of proccing those crits. My inventory is almost full. Despite the fact that I only grab like blue
Can't do that yet.
and green items. Yeah, this will bring me to the city. I call it a city, it's not a city, it's village. Yeah, it even says Burwich Village. And those red rats are doing some nasty damage if they are going to get near you. Okay, I see a cave, which is optional. It's against this one. Yeah, he's totally optional, and he will not gonna give you... he will not gonna give you, like... good items and stuff. And he's going to take a while to kill. Yeah. With Necromancer, you can kill him quite fast. Pets are going to just obliterate him. With all other characters, it's like takes way too much time. And as a matter of fact, he doesn't even like going to, at least on this difficulty, and actually in the second difficulty also, he's not going to give you any good loot. So I don't even know why he is being so tough for such little rewarding. Like, when it comes to reward you, he's not gonna be the greatest. With him you can practice like kiting. Especially if you are a ranged character. Most definitely try to do that. Yeah, but see, the damage he does is quite strong, so you're not gonna be able to tank him out. And he's generally like 6 levels above you.
Can't do that yet.
And if it wasn't for the stun or wave attack, yeah, this wave attack or the stun, he generally would be like way easy to deal with. But if you cannot kill him, don't worry about it. He does not give good rewards anyway, and he is totally optional. Yeah, but he's almost dead. And I'm dead. What? Oh my god. Really? I died to that? God damn it. I didn't open a portal. Yeah. He's gonna regenerate now, is he? I think he will. Well, I was trying to beat him like fast, since I saw that he doesn't have a lot of HP left. My bad. I legit played it unsafe. Well. If it would have been a hardcore, I would have been forced to, like, start the game over. For being greedy. Yeah, I guess he will going to regenerate. If he does, I think we will just going to leave him be. Because once again, as I said, he is not giving any kind of rewards of interest. And he's just being a problem. That's fortunately a trouble that's not like mandatory. I definitely could have beaten him there. But the greed is massively strong. I'm gonna check, and if he's going to regenerate, then I don't really care about him. Let me see. No, he didn't. He didn't really regenerate it, so we can kill him. Playing it safe this time around. Of course. As soon as I say playing it safe, run into the stun. Yep, he's dead. Well, he gave Ancient Heart, which is technically a good, like, crafting material. But yeah, he also falls. I want to craft something. Do I want to craft something now? Guess after I'll open the portal in the village. Tanky skeletons. And not so tanky enemies. And that's the last wave, since it has elites in there. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just ate a big chunk of damage there. From those guys. But as you can see, yeah, the thing that you should avoid is them like attacking you with melee attacks. With range attacks, it doesn't really matter. Okay, time to sell unnecessary stuff and progress, progress, progress. Alrighty, sold everything. Is equal to fire. Those looks promising. Fire Pierce. 7, 9. I'd rather grab this. Oh. Ah, let's do it. Let's do it like this. We have a lot of like conversions going on. Though I still wish I had like green pistols. Alright, so now what? Now I want to like max this sort of stuff. Which will be like 1 in here and 2 in plus, 2 in mastery. I guess I should be alright doing this. If not, I will always have a possibility to like switch something.
Have you found a good one? There have been warden.
Nice. A little bit of experience always helps. Now the question is, first of all, I want to take this stuff and throw it into this stash. I don't know about bottles though. I'll leave them be. And this one goes here because it's personal stuff, like... Okay. I guess I put it here. Doesn't matter as much. Time to craft something. Time to craft, like, relic. Need something good for my level. Yeah, level 18 I was... First I was wrong, then I was right. Physical damage, fire damage, offensive ability with Calamity. Elemental... Fire, lightning, attack speed, lightning damage, but it has attack speed, which is I guess a little bit better than Calamity. Vitality damage, do not want. Bleed, physical, no, I am not playing with bleed. Ether. This one is already like big stuff. Big boy relics. So I have I have a choice between Calamity and Fervor. Fire, lightning. I'll go with Calamity. Okay. What about pistols? Those are two-handed, I need like one-handed. Enhanced one, like gun. For level 20. Oh, it's a chaos one. I don't want chaos. I'll go with this. Nah.
What do you...
I wanna put also something into the pistols, so for that thing I'm going to check, like, what can I actually put? And as a matter of fact, on like level 24 I will be able to put all of those stuff. What should I put in like weapons? Imbued silver and purified salt. What does it give though? Damage to tonics? Damage to ethereals. This will give lots of, you know, resistances. It will not gonna give a lot of the damage. But it will give resistances. So that I would be tanky. Because for the damage, yeah, I can go with something like this. Actually, like requires level 5, level 15, level 24, level 5. Now I can go with this. Okay, we go ham on the damage, at least for now. On level 24 I will going to throw in the resistances for like stuff that gives resistances. For now we'll stick with what we have. Anyway, I want to clear the village.
That skill's not ready.
I have this, like, demon breath, though I don't really need it. It looks like a spell that some enemies cast. Wow. So much damage. Does how much? 1,400? God damn. For such a spell. So much damage. So much damage. If I would be playing hardcore, I would have went with resistances. The stuff like imbued silver and purified salt. Primarily because there I would have prioritized defense over anything else. But on softcore, I can allow myself to go and be a little bit reckless. To not care as much about defense, at least while leveling. Okay, this part I cleared. So let's keep on clearing the right one. Yeah, I like playing with dual pistols. Some people say, it's risky, you are like way too squishy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, okay, but I mean, if I would want something ridiculously tanky, I would go with Warlord. With like a ton of damage absorption, but I want something like interesting to play with. Actually, that Demon Breath is good stuff. Deals like twice as much damage as my... compared to my auto attacks. Holy Flash Hulks. And I'm dead. I've put myself into such position involuntarily. Yeah, that's my bad. But as you see, they are throwing enemies at you that are like from much later on in the game. And I could have beat them again if I would have exited the area and then came back with cooldowns and stuff. I would have killed them easily. Yeah, those are some Act 3 enemies. Yes, they are. And since I do not really have a lot of resistances against their type of damage, that's what causes the problem. Full damage. I guess. But just because of attack speed, I will going to replace one of my guns with this one. If it wasn't for like attack speed, wouldn't even bother with it. Okay, where am I going? To clear the right side? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm liking this character a lot. Even though he's kinda squishy right now, he's still fun to play. And nothing here, unfortunately. Only some monsters here and there. I will later on put like components for resistances on my items, so that I would be beefier. Yeah, this time around I killed this pack way easier. But there are so many... Damn, there are so many like items and stuff that are dropping items left and right. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like those items are for me. Nope. No. No items for me. Lame. Yeah, I'm melting them. But I should be careful because they can also like easily kill me if they want to.
Can't carry anymore.
Oh. Inventory is full again. Well.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Vitality, damage, nope. Nope. This pistol I will going to leave. Crossburn. Nope. And I will going to change, let's see. I'll change the right hand one. Yeah.
See you around. Have you happened to find my...
What do you want?
Safe storage, no questions asked.
Okay. Good enough.
What do you want?
Come see what's left of my wares. See you around.
Now we can continue on. Continue on with our explorations. I actually really need to have attack speed on my guns. Because they will allow me, like more attack speed will allow me to proc my stuff faster. Like weapon pool skills. Not faster, but more often. Fire cold, attack speed. Nope. Not good. It looks good because it has like attack speed, but at a closer look you would see that compared to mine, it gives 10 spirit, but mine give 11, mine also gives cunning, and yeah. A little bit pointless to even compare them. Okay, fabric, those quest items that I need to take to that woman in the camp. My take on the monster totems, since the last time I played the game, monster totems weren't a thing back then. I think it's a good addition. It will provide you with more experience as well as challenging encounters and loot, of course, because we all love loot, and those things give quite a good amount of loot, so you will be pleased to see by how much loot they will going to give you. Yeah, sure, not all of that loot is going to be useful, but nonetheless, any kind of loot is appreciated, especially if you start like playing the game. You're going to need gold. And by selling unneeded loot, you will going to acquire a good amount of it to keep you going. And it most definitely will not going to be a waste. Because remember that nothing goes to waste.
Do that yet.
Though the stuff that I need to also mention about those monster totems, and that's the stuff about the difficulty of those encounters. Gonna tell this up front that it's going to be quite challenging. Can you see me like dying against some of those enemies? That comes down to simple things. Monster totems are going to summon enemies that are from different acts. So in Act 1, as just you start the game, you're going to encounter enemies that are going to be from the, as you saw, from the Act 3 and Act 2. There were enemies. I'm pretty sure that you might even encounter some DLC enemies that are no joke, that's for sure. Are they unbeatable? Nope. You can beat them, you just have to be like multiple times more careful than you would normally be playing, because they will going to deal one hell of a lot of damage, apply nasty debuffs,
Can't do that yet.
and will be quite tanky. as I say it, everything is beatable, everyone is beatable, so don't think that just because they are from different acts you cannot beat them. You can. Just play it safe and you'll beat them. But keep in mind the fact that they are strong, so no face rolling is advised. Lame. Even though it's blue, it's lame.
That skill's not ready.
It doesn't have profile damage, it doesn't have the stuff that I would like to get from a weapon of that caliber. Oh, dynamite. Cute. Yeah, we are getting closer and closer to the end of Act 1. It's this location, the secret location, and some like 2 locations that are going to lead to the first act boss. I'm not gonna be able to beat it like on all of this on this stream, so next stream for sure, but on this stream I do not think that we will manage to do it in time. As much as I would like to, I do not think that it's possible. But it's okay, no one rushes us to do anything, so might as well take the time. I like to advise people to take their time when they're playing a game and not just be, well, I need to finish it fast.
Can't do that.
Elemental resistances, reduce attack speed, retaliation, skill cooldown reduction. What a weird item. Okay, you can finally utilize that for the fire strike. Yes, so first constellation is complete. Took us a while, but we did it. I can't see any good items, unfortunately. Wow. You can already see the amount of projectiles that are being launched with just a single shot. It's some insanity going on. Another major NPC that we saved. She will going to allow you to put, to take out components that you put in items. And there are two ways for you to get out of this, cellar. Pick whatever you want, whatever exit you want. Both of them are going to lead back into the village. I also want to show you like the secret passage. It's not that far from here. Oh, they get melted. Which is exactly the thing that I want. Want to melt enemies. Kill as much enemies as I can before they eventually kind of reach us. I mean, I will going to have, like, soon I will going to have Inquisitor Seal to give me some tankiness. But that's going to be like a work in progress sort of thing. I'm not gonna get it now. Magically. So here I see I'm going towards the secret cave. In each dungeon you're going to get a random, like, buffs and debuffs that the game is going to throw at you. They are represented at the right corner, upper corner of the screen there. Currently we have like exposed, increase armor by -10, plus 8% skill cooldown reduction, so it's a buff and a debuff at the same time. I don't really pay that much attention to this stuff on first difficulty and second difficulty. Unless it's something really nasty like minus chaos resistances and all that kind of stuff. On first and second difficulty you will not going to be significantly punished by it. And you will going to also see the fact that second difficulty, if you have played Diablo 2, if you have played Diablo 3. Second difficulty in Grim Dawn, comparing to even the first one, is not going to be that hard. It's basically a difficulty for you to farm the gear needed for the third difficulty. That's how I view this sort of difficulty. But that's my general take on it. I am getting hit by those charges, and that's why I'm losing a hell of a ton of health. When in reality, when they are charging, I should take one step away. They will whiff their attack and I will be okay. Okay, I ate all of the projectiles that were flying off screen. I ate them all. Considering I only have 20% lightning resistances, you can guess why it did so much damage. Yep, but there you pretty much have it. Just shoot them down and you are good to go. While also paying additional, attention towards dodging projectiles and not being way too reckless. Because remember, you are not a tank. You cannot allow yourself to be that reckless. I guess, yeah, we need to now focus on pluses and stuff. I mean mastery points. I don't really know how to call them. So if I'm going to refer to them as pluses, you're going to understand what I meant by that. Yeah, we cleared that area. Good enough. Good enough. Now going back to the village and clearing what is left in that village. And there isn't that much left if you actually look at it. I think 2 locations before the boss of the act, as well as the cultist base, which is an optional area. and some areas that blocked by destructive objects that you can destroy with dynamite. Which technically you do not need to go there right now, because you need like dynamite. And you find dynamite way later into like Act 2. This place is your place for the first DLC. You're not gonna be able to open it right now, so don't worry. And you do not need to anyway. Oh, I wasn't here. I missed that place completely. How could I? I know how. Actually, I didn't. You need to blow the stuff up there. Yeah. So I didn't. You need dynamite there. So I didn't miss anything. Great. By the way, this brat is stopping charge enemies from their charge. Prevents them from hitting you with the charge. Useful stuff, considering that instead of like backpedaling so that they miss their charge attack, I can just throw that in their face and GG. Okay, now to speak with the NPCs. To sell unnecessary stuff.
See anything you like?
This one is better than mine. Might as well pick it up. Sell, sell, sell. Sell. Easy, cunning. Pierce resistance, ether resistance. Fire, burn, offensive. Worse than mine. Actually, nothing of interest. acid. Oh. Oh ho ho. That's some good stuff.
Put it to good use.
Nice.
Anything you like.
I can grab this to get rid of this damage converted to cold. You might as well. Yeah. So this goes here and this goes instead of this, and we will going to get rid of the like this. Nice. Nice. Amazing. Truly amazing. This one I don't need. Let's sell it. We are almost friendly with them, so... Can we craft something? No, not really. This, but who needs this? Ether. Yeah. This one's good, but level 90, 94. Nah. Nope. Unfortunately, no pistols for us to craft. Actually, how much time do we have? We have like 10 minutes or so. I mean, yes, let's go and clear some of that dungeon area.
I can't do that yet.
Hold up a second, I completely forgot about this. Yeah, without grim tools, I can barely see the enemies. I'm so used to playing this game with grim tools. I can barely see anything. Like, there are monsters that will not going to attack you, like, at all, and you're just gonna miss them. Yeah, I melt enemies right now. Pretty fast. for the most part, like, I wanna present, not present, but I wanna emphasize more when it comes to, like, build and tips that I'm going to be giving to you viewers. I want to emphasize more on stuff that is going to to be helpful to those who are like starting to play the game and they are not, maybe they are not like really interested in the end game and they just want to experience the main campaign and stuff. And for that kind of purpose, this build currently performs quite good, and I think it will be able to perform even better as the time goes by and as the levels are going to... And as I gain more levels, as I gain more skills, and you will be able to see that if you want to play with something like with pistols, you can beat the campaign on all of the difficulties. So don't worry about it. I will also speak about late game when the late game is going to come out, but for now you can simply like follow my footsteps, so to speak, and you can beat the game. I mean, there are elitist kind of group that will going to say, well, you can pick pretty much anything and you will beat the game, and there are even more elitist groups who are saying that, well, so what if the build clears like super bosses and stuff, so what if the builds are capable of like doing fully clear the Crucible and stuff, and so what if they can do like Shattered on 65 or something? It's like weak build and stuff, and we can do it even with without even trying with any kind of builds. And yeah, like, so it doesn't mean that everyone who is going to be playing this game is going to be interested in that kind of stuff, and it's definitely not the right way to approach like the situation as a whole. You are not living inside of a bubble of elitist, and yeah, not everyone is going to be interested in the PP measurement contest. I will going to say it like straight up that if someone is looking for a PP measurement, build PP measurement kind of thing, you are looking at the wrong place. I am mostly interested in showing the stuff that is going to be like helpful for beginners and to help them experience the game, much like my brother did. Not looking at, wow, this build is going to clear this dungeon in like 2.4 minutes, or this like in like 3 minutes. To me, it's not interesting, like, to do this kind of content that's all about how fast you can do this sort of thing. Nope. Wow, Ethereal Abomination. Enemy of... You know from where this enemy is? It's from Port Velbury. And they are spawning them in Act 1. Look at how long it takes me to kill even one such kind of an enemy. They are tanky, and it's because their resistances are quite tanky, and we do not have resistant reduction stuff right now. We are not cutting their resistances, and we do not have like plain damage or anything. So that's what I was saying about the fact that you should be extra careful when approaching these kind of totems. Because you would have to deal with unexpected guests, such as those Fletch Hulks, Abominations, and many more. Those types of enemies are regulars when it comes to, like, when you get to those dungeons, to Act 3, Act 4. But they are not as oftenly met. They are not met, actually, in the Act 1 or Act 2. But nonetheless, as I said before, it's not something that's unbeatable. It's something that's hard to beat, and you have to be extra careful. But it's not something that is pretty much like unbeatable. And you pretty much just have to prepare yourself for some hard encounters like this. Yeah, I'm still tanking that stuff up. I should immediately kind of utilize this Brat ability to just stop those chargers from even doing anything to me. Especially considering the fact that I can stop them. Okay, so what's for the leveling now? I'll get to the chilling grounds. I can grab this for more speed. Yeah, let's put 1 point here, and in Inquisitor we're just gonna go with like 2 more in here. Put Vindictive Flames, so that I now have 2 auras. 2 auras, 1 active skill, for buff and heal. This thing is good because total speed is also the thing that enhances your attack speed as well as movement speed. Thus you will be having more like attacks that will possibly proc your weapon pool skills. So view it in like in a symphony, so to speak. Symphony of skills. You're not having like one skill that works just like itself. You are looking at the whole picture. Look at how many range attackers here. Because of low resistances, they can melt me pretty fast. That's why I have to like run back and forth to dodge some of those projectiles to not get blown up or deleted. So the cellar is completed. Open up a portal. Almost died there while doing so. Yeah, I really like to play this like dual wield pistol setup. If anything, it's fun and unusual for action RPGs. Okay, so we will go to the city, sell stuff.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Lightning Eater, nope. Cunning, offensive ability, defensive ability, pierce, eater resistance. That's good stuff. Finally, I will going to have a different armor. Lightning Electrocute, nope. Nope. Pierce, nah, nope, 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 nope. Nope. Fire, burn, offensive, offensive, chaos resistances, fire, lightning, cunning, elemental, 2 to explosive strike. You see, elemental resistances are good. Lightning damage, yeah. 2 to explosive strike is good because I am... Wait, I am using fire strike, right? That's explosive strike.
Well spent.
This is explosive strike. You know, I can get this thing. Yep, I think I will. Yes, sure thing. I will do this. Oh my. That's a good pistol. That's a really good pistol. Okay, I will buy it. Do you have a good pistol as well? Yeah, you do. You do have this. Nice. And I will be able to get rid of this. Instead, put this with the fire stuff in it.
See you around.
Amazing. So this goes like this. For this, I will be able to equip it on the next level. I will need cunning of 241, right? Nice.
Be safe out there.
Good. So let's dump those components that we have.
Got some good stashed.
We'll keep the pistol here. Devotions, we only finished like one constellation. And we'll be working in the next episode. We will be working on the next constellation. We'll be completing the first act, completing the cultist base, as well as seeing what's Act 2 is going to provide us with. But for now, it's going to be it. I would like to say thank you to all who have been watching this stream. You are always welcome here. You are always welcome to ask any kind of question about the game that you are interested in, and not only about the game. You are more than welcome to express your opinions, to share your thoughts about the build itself, about whether or not have you tried this build, or would you like to try this build yourself. More than welcome to do so. If you are interested in beginner-friendly content, primarily some tips, tricks, as well as some highlights, as well as some walkthroughs of Grim Dawn that my brother had made, you are once again more than welcome to do so. Hop into our YouTube channel. We've provided a link in the Twitch tab section there. You will see that on our channel we post good beginner-friendly content, as well as walkthroughs for different games and highlights. And you are capable of watch those videos at any given time you want. And maybe you'll find something interesting then there, something that will going to provide you with some information about those monster totems, for example. Like, did you know that there are different types of those monster totems? And do you know that depending on the type, you're going to encounter different types of enemies and different from different acts, as well as you'll gain more and better loot, for example. Or in the next video that my brother is going to make, you will know more about what you should expect from the Crucible dungeon. That's one of those like high-end game dungeons where you are fighting waves of enemies, and depending on what archetype of a character are you playing, the approach is going to be different. That also might be interested for you. Or maybe you're interested in seeing like how Dead Knight character performs, or how the Vitality caster performs, or how the Nightblade performs. Be my guest. We have a lot of content to share with you. Now, if you are interested in schedule, the schedule for the games that we stream are provided in the Twitch tab sections with the time of when my brother is streaming or when I am streaming, and all that good stuff, so that there will be no confusion why at the certain time, at the certain period, at the certain day, there is one game being streamed or another. Additionally, if you are interested in getting the information about the new videos, about the new changes, about any possible changes, and the ways how you can contact us, there are links to our social medias. You can follow us there, and you will be capable, by doing so, you will be capable of knowing the information firsthand. And not like not being how should I say it? not knowing what to expect. If you will follow us there, you will know exactly what to expect and when to expect. Now, the next thing is, if you are interested in supporting this channel, support us for us to be motivated to make more beginner-friendly videos for different kind of games, as well as helping other people to know more about this channel. There are multiple ways for you to help us out. You can spread the word, which is one of the amazing features that you can utilize. If you were interested in our content and you know that other people that you know might be interested in the content as well, spread the word. Share them that there exists this small channel that produces a good beginner-friendly content that has a friendly atmosphere and who are interested in helping fellow newbies in learning something new about some different games that we play. Additionally, if you want to support us, like besides spreading the word, you can utilize bits, you can utilize subscription, Twitch Prime subscription, those like indirect ways of support which can help us improve the stream quality as well as the making more, better and more interesting edited videos. Additionally, you can get, for all of that, you can get emotes, icons and collectibles if you would go with Twitch Prime subscription. Twitch Prime gives you the possibility to utilize those collectible loots for different games. And for direct support, you can, of course, utilize Patreon. Patreon will going to allow you to, in return, to get never before seen content, behind the scenes stuff, as well as your name would be mentioned in edited videos, and you will going to receive videos ahead of schedule. Interested in that? You can utilize that. No one forces you, however. It's on your own and personal, like, for your own and personal decision. So, no one forces you. Do as you like. Anyway, thank you all guys for today's amazing stream. It was comfortable to chat with you guys. I will be wishing you all have great time. Stay healthy, take care of your relatives, and we'll be seeing each other in the next on the next stream. Goodbye. I will be seeing you all next time.